Shall we get to the game? Tangle Tower. I can't remember. Where were we? How is it that I review my case file? Flora was present as she was poking. So, Flora and Freya was in the same room, and last time we figured out that it was Freya's blood that was on the painting, because apparently somebody took Freya's blood, right? Should turn down the music a bit more. So, and we questioned him, so that far is good. We have to go up here and get a statement from her. And we still have this room to explore, so we got a lot of rooms to explore. So let's go up here. Is there something we can ask her about? We haven't asked her about Fifi yet.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
No comments. Any of the items? There's the photo of the painting and a gramophone.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
Bird book?
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there.
So let's get a statement from her.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
When did you start this game?
But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room.
Sometime
So
last
what's going
week?
on?
Saturday or Sunday, I think? No, I started it after the 3 minutes to midnight. Because we completed 3 minutes to midnight with like after an hour or 1.5 hours. So I took this and played like maybe like 40 minutes, 50 minutes. The knife is still in the room. It's not a knife. The knife was taken by the murderer. Well, we haven't found the knife yet.
The knife was taken by the murderer.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
So what's going on?
The knife is still in the room?
The knife is still in this room.
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
So what's going on?
You know the rules, and so do I. Say goodbye.
Fucking butts. It's not a knife.
It's not a knife.
Apparently not.
We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Which explained the knife-like object in the painted portrait. A painted model?
That's not it.
The brush? Oh.
We'll get to that in a minute. That's not it.
Then what is it? Do I even have the object? According to the game, I have the object.
That's not it.
Let's take a closer look at this.
There it is. A feather. What's the connection between the two clues? This one and this one.
The painted knife was hidden by a feather from a golden insect. Nope.
Ah. Was. Is made out of. From an ink dip bird?
The painted knife is made out of a feather from an ink dip bird. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Was created?
The painted knife was created by a feather from an ink dip bird. Almost. Maybe.
It's actually just.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
But the short story
it's
is.
definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
So the gist of it, my troll, is that is it Fiona? The daughter of the woman we're interrogating has been found dead while painting a picture. It's not your feather? Hey, parrot. I would say the photo of the painting? No. Is there anything here that suggests? Something would suggest the ink dip bird was red and white. This one.
That's not it.
No? Here.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
No, this way. Right, the ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remind it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
First try.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
The empty egg?
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
So... Aw. So, can we ask her about the drawing?
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Okay. Should we ask him about the drawings, maybe?
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
What about the sister?
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Okay. Let's go explore something new. Fifi's room. A teddy bear. All of books. A lamp. Okay, where do we start? Let's start with the books here.
That's a whole lot of books. A new suspect! Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise!
Oh,
Save it for the judge.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
ba-dum-tsh.
What is all this?
Look closer.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works. Who is that?
No idea.
Who is that?
No idea. Who's that?
Not sure.
That's gotta be Flora.
Who is that?
No idea.
That's me?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
I think that's supposed to be Felix. Who's that?
Not sure.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery?
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself. What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
A pretty ornate window, with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary
Necessary
natural
sun.
light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
What about over here?
That's a whole lot of books. It looks like a microscope, a big one.
Can I touch it?
Let's look closer.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Horizontal slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct position. Okay. I guess we have to make the key?
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnifications, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
I know. This seems a bit better. This one definitely not there, because that doesn't fit here, so it's not that one. Also can't be this one. Nope. Unless, of course, the lenses have to... I don't quite get where this has to go. Oh. But then this doesn't fit here, so something has to overlap it.
Nope.
You need to magnify. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lens.
Shut up.
Nothing.
You want to close start by finding or vice versa.
Nothing.
You want to close up all the gaps on the spine of the key. Get it all. Start by finding the parts that are too small and or vice versa.
Huh. Oh, do I have something here? This is way too big. is it? I just can't find head or tails in this. Which one is the bigger one and which one is the smaller one? Like, how big does it need to be? Let's just put this one here. Wait. Wait. This could potentially... No. Hey, Jer. This could be an option. Right? No, it's not wide enough. This could also be an option. Then I have 2 lenses left. Then I have to close the gap here.
Nothing.
You want to close up all the gaps. Start by finding, or vice versa. Is that too big? Maybe it's too big, this one. Or maybe this one just fits right here. But then this one is too big. This is way too big to be anywhere. It has to be down here somewhere. This has to be here. Right? Then again, it doesn't seem too wide. This could fit. But then what do we do with the gap here? The gap here in the key really eludes me. Yeah, they're quite good.
then this won't fit here.
Nothing.
You want to close Start by finding or vice versa.
What annoys me is that I can't find a magnifying glass to give me a wide enough... And if I look down here, it seems that they're at the same height, right? I can't really seem to find a magnifying glass where they get the same height. We have no idea how big the picture has to be. That's also the thing. Like, we have no idea if it has to be like this small or this big. Like, this could also fit. Then we have this big guy here that doesn't fit anywhere. Unless, of course, he goes here. No. Jesus, people. So we have you here. What about if we take you, put you here? You're way too big. Way, 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 way. Here to help. To ease your confusion. Hey, Strider. Yeah, this one is pretty difficult to figure out the size of the key. But also, I would say that's a pretty darn fit. But then what do we do with this gap here? And this one here as well. What about if we take this one and put you here? No. And then we're back to square one. Now I have to make this one way bigger. It doesn't help me. Game. You're not helping. If anybody has like a bright idea or have seen the light, or say, can you try this and this, then speak up. Or do we have to? We can't make it that small. It does make sense because this is the smallest lens. difficult to come up with ideas without actually playing this kind of puzzle. Looks like trial and error to me, yeah. What about if we take you here? And she keeps saying the lenses have to overlap, but overlap by how much? And if I look at this, it's not long enough. This has to be stretched a bit. And this doesn't... If I look at this could actually fit, right? It's hard to tell. I would say this is a darn good fit. This one here, this here, and then we just have to figure out to close the gap. But then this is way too big. Then I can figure out the last piece here. What do we do with the last piece? Oh, this is so stupid. Like, is this the right size? It's so difficult with this game because you don't know the real size of it. And I have this big size. And I can't figure out how to close this gap of this key here. That's my biggest hurdle. I don't know how to close this gap of the key. Yeah, parrot shoot. Crack. Ah. I actually don't have any parrot sounds. Maybe that's a mistake. Just threw his pocket for some old crackers for parrot. I'm pretty confident that this is the size of the key. And if I move this a bit too much, then we got this problem with the key here. So maybe the size of the key is wrong. It has to be downsized a bit. Oh. Ba-dum-tsh. There.
Nothing.
You want to close
Start by finding-
or vice versa.
When all the lenses are off, the two-sided key seems larger than it should be. There's only one lens that makes the image smaller, so I think it has to go on top of two. The two teeth only appear to be the same size. That's also my take, but when I'm just trying to figure out which lens would fit. So this is definitely not the one. Definitely not the one. So it's not 3. I don't seem to... I'm not... Compatible kind of tech. And if I just look... I can't seem to find the combination of lenses where the two keys or the two teeth are the same height. So if I try 3 here, it doesn't work. If I take number 2... Now I just have to find the combination where the gap is covered. I don't know if this is gonna work.
No, that was it.
I thought the lenses... The problem with this puzzle because if you look at this picture, the two lens edges overlap. So I didn't think that was allowed because the two lens edges overlap, destroying the shape of the key. But thank you for the yeehaw.
Nice work.
I know.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Oh. Secret diary. A well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device. Okay. I don't know. Can we see the puzzle?
We already solved it.
Yeah, but I still want to see it. Damn it. But my problem was that the first part of the key, the lens edge overlapped the other lens, so I thought that would destroy the shape of the key.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiment.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
Is there anything else we can look at here?
It's a magnifying glass.
A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe. Boxes of stuff. Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good?
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras.
I've not heard of that band.
I don't know what that drink is, but
I'd read
but
it.
that's even worse.
That's a whole lot of books.
Yeah, I think we're done here. Let's talk about... the secret
A
diary.
book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Okay. What about him?
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
They sure are. Well. Let's go explore a bit more. I haven't been to all the places. Oh.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Well, I think it's someone does, because if we look at this, this could be 3, right? This could be 9, and this could be 2. Rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in correct position. But what is the correct position? And what number is this? This could be a 9. And this could be a 6. And this has to be 2 somewhere. It can't be 6, so it has to be 9.
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands and it's like cogs on a machine.
The cogs. But rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in correct position. But we don't know the correct position. So, well... 3, 9...
That's the one.
Okay.
Hey, not bad. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
A small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It has a screw at the base. Right.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
Tell me.
It's a sea serpent turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded. By the same wizard.
Vivid imagination.
How long is that thing?
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
Let's talk to this person.
Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
Yourself.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Yesterday.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay, now we have to interrogate her, all the persons, and all the items.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Felix.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Fifi.
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
Barely. Actual.
314 cases solved.
300?
And 14.
Huh. Poor him. Freya.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
Damn.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective.
What about all the items? Let's start from the beginning.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Ha! I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
Case file.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
Harp.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
Damaged tape.
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
Open letter.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
The portrait.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
Russian palette.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
Freya's paint.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Empty egg.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
Gramophone.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Cracked tape.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Wow.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
Photo of painting.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
Freya's drawing.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Ripped photo.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important.
Bird book.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
The secret diary.
A diary? Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Sure.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
So we asked her about everything.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
We already solved it.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever. First one, too.
So nothing here. Let's ask him about Hackshaw.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red
Hick.
capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle,
How do you know?
because I would have heard of it.
Is that an item now? No. Okay.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
Braxton Wise. Welcome, people. How are you doing? I'm an artist, I draw frogs. I love that about. How are you doing? How was your stream? Were you doing an emote today? I must have missed your stream. Because I didn't see you on. Maybe I've just been busy with work and dinner and... Hey, next, welcome. What kind of, let me guess, did you make a frog emote? Or is it a new project, a commission maybe, or was it just for practice? A coffee mug for Cower. Oh, so you're getting famous for your coffee mugs. Cool. And if people don't know Braxton, he used to play a lot of point and click and puzzles just like me, but he's changed his channel to development and painting and art and everything. So if you want a chill stream seeing a guy paint and draw and make emotes and stuff, just hang out there. Very chill. Yeah, we've changed format to art. But still very low-key, cozy stream. I'm an artist, I make coffee mugs and frogs. That's a good quote. I would be proud. Let's ask her about the lamp. Or she won't say anything. Super short, so it would be fully readable and shoutouts. Can I ask about the design of the mug, maybe? Like it's going to be similar to like what I had, or is it something completely different? Let's go to the greenhouse.
Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
What's that on the floor? That's a tile.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Using the mug I drew for you as a base, and I'll be doing the head of Kara's top. Cool. A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color. Fancy. Oh, I didn't see that dude. Holy moly. I didn't see that guy.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Be a...
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot. Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening.
Right.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no. Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening. That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny. I think it's glowing.
Safe to eat.
I'm gonna say no.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is
It looks like a gemstone.
We've seen this already. Hey, Trash Hunter, how you doing?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
How you
He's
doing, Trash
a little
Hunter?
too big to hide in the bushes.
I hope you're doing well.
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
Why are you
don't
so
know.
small? Stupid question. Yourself.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green.
So, how far are you with the
Our
mug?
house.
Like, are you
Yeah,
just sketching it out?
color is
Or
just a
did you manage
byproduct.
to semi-finish
Of
it?
what?
Or...
poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Yesterday.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Statement.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Oh, cool.
Poppy was with me.
You've had a busy
Did I
day
not
today.
mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded.
When you say
Became
rock
concerned.
store,
You
Steam
kicked the door
puts you,
down?
do you mean like
I
a
did. Poppy and I
crystal
went
where you
in.
can where it's
Freya
rock,
was right there,
like
laying on her
rock
back.
crystals, minerals, or
Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I
Okay.
wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
what about Flora?
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly
Which
cause
DJs
any
did you
additional
meet up
suffering
with?
for anyone.
Just out of curiosity. I know a lot. I know the names of a lot of them. And I've met a few of them.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Hey, what about
She
Hashel?
questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you
Open
weren't in there.
DJs and-
No,
Oh,
she
so
hasn't
okay, so
touched
it's
it.
just okay.
How
In that
can you
sense, I thought
tell?
like you had a meetup
Trust
or
me.
something,
I can tell.
or was at some party or whatever. Oh, cool.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I
There's
was
quite
working.
a few DJs
Sometimes
around.
by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Let me just question him, and then I'm gonna go feed my cat. So I'm gonna be away for a minute too.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Let me go feed my cat, and I'll be right back. See you in a bit. And I'm back. Oh, you redeemed a barrel roll. Well, that's stupid. But I'll give it you for free, okay? Let's see if it works.
Do a barrel roll.
It does. Well, there you go. So we asked him about all the people. So let's start from the beginning.
Nice painting.
Oh, it's just
a
a...
good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
Case file.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Harp statue.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
Oh, the damaged tape.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Open letter.
How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
New details.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Okay. So Flora's room we go.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story. That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Felix made that? Huh.
Models.
That's quite sweet, really.
Photo.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you? In the rooftop garden, I think? With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought... It looks like it belongs to her. This is a good example of how things work. I mixed that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
Okay.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
Oh,
This could be interesting.
let's do it later. I want to question her about Fitz.
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
What about the...
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stones straight from the earth?
I want to go back to the heart.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Doesn't seem like the puzzle can be solved yet. I just want to look at it. So there's one thing I noticed. The bird here is not on any of the wheels. And the bell is also not to be found anywhere. Okay.
Let's come back later.
He said his room was open. Is that his room? Fitz's room.
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
There's a love note here.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
From Pee-Pee.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside. Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
Doesn't look soft. It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Slide the lid open, then move the tiles in the correct slot. What? Oh,
Nothing.
The
Still,
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
those moon symbols in the slots, are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also
Nope.
maybe the
So
info
where is it?
somewhere else.
Ah,
You know, I think this might be one of a pair.
what? The whole thing?
Yeah, something about those symbols. The duality of the sun and moon, you know?
If you say so. Ah, didn't
You
work.
know, I think this might be one of a pair.
What? The whole thing?
Yeah, something about the duality of the sun and moon, you know?
If you say so. Ah,
You know,
what?
yeah, the duality.
If you say so. Ah,
You know,
what?
yeah, the duality
If
of
you say so. Ah,
you know,
what?
yeah, the duality.
If you say so.
I don't quite think I understand what they want. Because if I put a rock on...
Ah,
You know,
what?
yeah, the
If
duality.
you say so.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this.
Let's come back once we know what to do.
I'm gonna go back. Was there anything in the garden?
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
A knife.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away. The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
They did say something in Flora's room, right?
A bunch of old books covered in dust now, but they look well read.
The whole room has a strange feeling.
Yeah,
though.
there might be a reason for that.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing. Half the room is a bit...
I don't know if you can call
more
the
like-
sudden absence of wall.
Freya's painting supplies.
Oh, I've seen that.
Freya's painting supplies.
Okay, let's explore a bit more. There are 3 rooms we haven't investigated yet, so Music room.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Shiny statue of strange creature holding a large horn. There's notable crack running along the length of the statues. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Sheet music.
That's a lot.
Probably why they're on the floor. Who plays the violin, I wonder?
So I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion. All right,
Spooky
murder mansion. 1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
No. Let's talk to her.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah.
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
What's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
Yourself.
I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Yesterday.
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Just ask her about.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Oh, wow.
Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make round a room? Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her
I don't have friends, I got family.
Center of a maze.
Yeah, boy.
And boy, oh my, thank you for the resub. 33. Perfect palindrome. Hello, sir.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown.
Speaking of which, Mike, I DM'd you on Discord.
But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator.
And good morning, right? It's like...
Pulling strings.
Is it around 9 a.m.? 10 a.m. this morning?
Hard of head, but free of mind. Unimprisoned, unconfined. With
So it's
starry eyes,
rather
she
lunch
sees
than
beyond,
actually... It's 11.
behind
Yeah,
our
I was
walls,
close.
Beneath our pond.
9,
A
10.
soul
So you're
untied,
what?
It's hers.
You're 10 hours
it's
ahead
mine.
of me?
Was
Yeah.
then, is now, will ever be.
And I'm tired? Yeah, you had a long stretch last night. You got to bed around 4 a.m.? 5 a.m.?
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day,
4:30?
your
Damn.
heart to nature's way.
And you were already tired when you started today. So I feel somewhat sorry for you.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Let's start with all the items.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and
Did you
5
see my
fellows.
mod reminder? Just so you don't lose it. It's on YouTube already.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
So it's safe, yeah.
Where's your
Also
mother now?
recorded. Damn, you
No
got everything
idea.
covered. Yeah, you got the past VOD on your channel. It's on YouTube, and you recorded it as well. You're covered.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Open letter.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone, or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah.
Speaking of which, Mike, if you're
I do.
still around.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff.
There's around 7 hours free space on your dev channel now. So if you stream today, you probably would have enough hours to highlight it, and we can save it, and then we can do the other. Yeah, I deleted almost everything. You can go in and check. I deleted almost every video on the channel to get it down, so at least we can highlight and then do an upload, and then we can slowly delete it. But yeah, you can see what I did.
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
I like totally emptied your channel. There's like nothing left. Yeah, it's so stupid. You're welcome. But everything is on YouTube, so it's just slowly releasing the next. I think it starts today or tomorrow. It slowly releases one video a day.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Well, Braxton, you can
No,
still
that's
have
not my
VODs
lifestyle,
if you want.
Is it?
But who else would
You
own
can
a
still
tape
have
like
VODs
this?
on your channel.
Literally
You can still
anybody?
have your broadcasts there, but you can't highlight. So you can easily have your past VODs that will expire after. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It was just a suggestion. If you wanted to have them there, it will just auto-delete after the 30 days, or what is it? The standard thing.
Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh.
Yeah, I must agree. What Twitch has done the last couple of weeks, or actually this week, first they did the highlight rules. They disabled, so if you're over an hour, or sorry, if you're over 100 hours, you can't highlight any new VODs. So there's a lot of people that are really stressed out, and especially if you're new to YouTube, you can only upload 10 videos per day. That's so stupid. And then they made this new roadmap for 2025 that all new creators, regardless of how old your channel is, you will automatically get subs and bits on your channel. And I've also read that if you do a shared chat, you know, a guest star thing, or sorry, not guest star, stream together, you can share your hype train and bits as well. Sounds so weird. How can I don't know how they're gonna make it work, but if I give 100 bits, how are they gonna divide it between the two streamers? 70-30? Do I have to choose the division between the two streamers? I think that the share, yeah. I don't know what their idea is, but clearly it's all about the money. And now the incentive of going from a casual streamer or a non-affiliate to affiliate to partner, they're slowly killing the incentive of growing because, well, I can earn a few bucks here and there on this. Why do I want to grow? I have 10 subs per month. Fine by me. Why do I want to grow? Yes, they might get lesser emotes. And why would an affiliate become a partner? Yes, I get a few new extra emote slots. Yay me. Who cares? And if you want the 70-30 splits, you just need to get 300 subs for 3 consecutive months. Paid subs. So the incentive of growing is not there anymore. There's no carrot of growing. I really don't get that approach. But again, it's all about the money. You think, because what I know so far is that back in the days when when people got partnered, they get the 70-30 split. That was the whole idea and incentive of becoming a partner, because they got the 70-30 split. Regardless of how many subs you had every month. No. That isn't true? Well, I can tell some of the streamers that I know that has been on Twitch for many years had the 70-30 split. Maybe that's an old contract. But a lot of the streamers that I know that came from Justin TV that migrated over to Twitch, they got 70-30. Okay, fair enough. But still, you had to be a partner in order to get 70-30 split. Then Twitch changed it so everybody would get 50-50. Unless you got over 300 subs consecutive for 3 months. Then you would get 70-30 throughout the entire year, a whole year. So the incentive of growing from from the tiers is not there anymore. Who cares? Access to affiliate plays to Twitch pay, maybe, but I can't say, but I wouldn't think it was a big change. But still, I still think that the incentive of growing, they're slowly taking that away from streamers. Because the idea of going from a non-affiliate to affiliate is that you can get your bits and you can get your subs, you get your channel points, you get a few more emo slots. And going from a affiliate to a partner would be that, hey, I got a chance of getting a bigger split, plus I get more emo slots, I get the check mark, and so on and so on. But now they're slowly killing the different tiers. I really don't understand their approach of where they want to go, but apparently they want to go the TikTok way, where everybody has to dance and be stupid and make meme videos. But hey, if that's the future of Twitch, hey, go ahead. Photo of painting.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
You can still get longer split if you have 3 months in a row, or direct your 100.
Easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
You can still get bigger split if you have 3 months in a row of direct 100 pay subscribers, not gifted, and then there is the higher tier. Yeah, if you... Yeah, you're on 60-40. 60-40 because you got over 100 paid subs. And then there's the 70-30 if you get 300 subs in 3 consecutive months. But I can still get the 70-30 split as an affiliate if I get over 300 consecutive subs. So the incentive for me for growing is just more viewers, maybe a bit more few subs, but that's about it. I remember when there was such a big hype of affiliate becoming a partner because they would get more money in their pocket, they would get more emo slots, they would get the check mark, they would get so many things. Today when a person becomes partner, just like, yay, we got partnered, wee, you'll go back down again, yeah. But I presume that will still, but if you were a partner, I would believe that you kept the 70-30 split, unless that's old contracts from when they went from Justin TV to Twitch. So if I get over 300 subs consecutively for 3 months, I will get 70-30 for a whole year. That matters, and you aren't getting any of that without constant maintenance. Now requires the partner plus program. Yeah. So, what is the incentive of affiliate fighting to become a partner? I really don't see it. Nor why would a non-affiliate become affiliate? There's no real incentive of growing, or making an effort of growing, like making your stream better. Better camera, better voice, whatever. What is the incentive? Because if they're good enough streamers with crappy camera and crappy voice and play a few games every day, they can easily get like 50 subs on a non-affiliate. Like, and I remember when I saw some of the old videos where people were getting partnered, it was like they were sitting on stream crying, like really celebrating, like this was the biggest thing ever, in their life, like it was really so big for them, right? They were crying, they were happy, tears, everything. Today, when person get partnered, it's like, yay me. I got partnered. Congratulations. Woohoo. And then I really don't... I just feel that Twitch is slowly killing the platform. And it's all about the money. But then again, who knows? Things might change, or... But yeah. I don't know.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
When I became part of Twitch was putting on online meetings and training sessions, and Twitch Discord would give you a direct ask to Twitch staff if you had questions. Now they've pulled all that back, fired half the staff, and made it so staff can't use their own Discord accounts, yeah? And if you're lucky, Mike, and you're a big enough streamer, you would get a direct partner contact. Some of the streamers have a direct partner contact, and some don't. It all depends on how big you are and how many money you pull in. So if you pull enough viewers, pull enough money, then you might get a partner contact, or else you just have to use their partner support. But back in the days when a partner got partnered, he had a direct contact. To go on a radio interview and put me in touch with their PR firm and stuff, but nothing else really came out of it? No. And I really don't get Twitch's approach on this. Like... And then Don Clancy, he's like saying, we want to be there for the community. We are community-based driven platform. We have to be community. We have to be together. We have to be like grow together. Yet he's pulling everything away. Unless, of course, you're big enough streamer that pulls in crazy amount of money. Then you will get a direct contact. Or you just tag them on Twitter or B-Sky and they were just like, oh, this XYZ tagged me. Of course we're gonna fix it right away.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Enough of that subject. I'm really flabbergasted on their...
You're friends with them too, aren't you?
On their approach to the platform
really
for the last
photographs.
year and a half.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
But there's one thing that Twitch is good at that Twitch Kick can't do, and that is build a community. That's the only positive things that's left on Twitch. That Twitch has the ability of creating a community and communities. That's the only thing they really have left of, like, people want to go to Twitch. And of course, guidelines that are being upheld, where Kick don't really uphold anything. Oh, never mind.
That belongs to Flora, I think. How sweet.
Secret diary.
Is that Fifi's diary?
It is.
I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
But then again,
You know
some of the
why?
bigger partners,
I'm
they
not
don't
sure.
really care about
I'm
subs.
sure she'd tell you if
Because
you asked.
all the money's in
Oh, she would.
sponsorships,
She'd
right?
give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
The people that really benefit from the subs is actually the smaller streamers. The big streamers, they don't really care about subs. They care about the sponsorships, because that's where the money is. So if they got like 200 consecutive subs every month, great, it's pocket money. But when they get the big sponsorships, that's where the money is. And it's also quite funny, because if you see a streamer get like 50 subs, they can go like fall backwards and just like, oh shit, I got 50 subs. If you see some of the big streamers, it's just like, thanks. Thank you for spending your half your month wage on me. Thank you. Smaller streamers building communities with a rail. They can. And that's the good thing about Twitch. But that's the only thing Twitch has left on the platform is the community-driven channels and the fun they have. YouTube can't. I don't want to comment on Kick. But if you see big streamers get like 50, 100 subs, it's just like, hey, thanks. You're a bud. I like you. Oh, by the way, tomorrow we got a sponsorship, and I'm gonna play 3 hours of Avowed, and yeah, come watch, because that's where the money is.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd used.
Like, if I get 5 subs, I'm gonna say, holy shit, man, thank you so much. That's great of you. Thank you. 50k for... Exactly. So why would they care if 50 subs? Because they're not even sure the same person is gonna give 50 subs next month, or how many subs they're gonna have next month and the next month after. They don't really care. They're aiming for the sponsorships, because that's where the money is.
Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Okay. So nothing new from her.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what...
It's okay, Mike. I started the rant already, so it's okay. It's fine. Shall we go to her bedroom?
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
That was my idea. What about Hackshaw? What do you know about Poppy?
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have...
Yeah, it's... they have... Oh, what was
Quite.
the other game? They had Detective Grimoire. I can't remember what it was called, but they had a Detective Grimoire as well. This is the same characters. Or the same protagonist. But yeah, I really love it. It's cute. It's, it has cute puzzles and stuff, so... Should we ask him?
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that.
Sure.
Clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. How you like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers.
But it has
mostly.
cute puzzles.
I've
Really
been
cute
teaching
puzzles.
her.
Right.
Actually quite challenging
something
puzzles
wrong?
as well. It's not that expensive. I bought this on a discount for like nothing.
What's with the broken glass?
Sorry. Oh, I forgot to ask Hackshaw about the broken glass.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Okay. Let's go to Fifi's room.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Developers have Newground's legacy. Oh. So what do we think here? It's somebody else's diary?
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
There it is.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The secret diary. The blue book is the same thing as...
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary.
Objection
which
game?
proves
Oh, okay.
It belonged to Freya.
I have to look at that, but I don't normally play these objection
and
games.
You kept it locked too.
Why would I do either
But maybe
of these things?
I can't remember. I think I've looked at it, but I'm not quite sure. So, why would Fifi be hiding Freya's diary? Didn't want to see anyone to see.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom. Almost. Maybe just...
Oh. Within a library book.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within a library book. Almost. Maybe just change... Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets that everyone knew about. Almost. Maybe just... Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back in flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip open that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have two now. Need two. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp I saw them, all five, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. So this would fit with the four simples, right? On the harp. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me that I let it out? So this could be hint for the harp. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp I saw them. Can I ask her about the diary? Let's ask her about Puppy as well.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
What about the diary? Okay.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
They said the bedroom was open, right? Is that her bedroom? I don't know. Avery. Okay. I don't want to go there. I want to go to her bedroom. So, was that here? Poppy's.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Lurk away. Thank you, Mike. Gotta start prep for the game stuff. Thank you. I'll see you around. This sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate old-fashioned illustrations. Piano.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Nothing. Still locked.
All 4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to
I think it is, but I guess we'll come back later.
So what happens if I go to the other room and put those there?
It's locked.
I thought we
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the hand?
Nothing. Still.
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected.
Let me just take a screenshot of it. I just want to have a screenshot.
Let's come back once we... No.
And go here again.
A big glass door leads out.
There's a little mechanism.
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4
Those
tiles.
other
I
symbols.
think it is.
So if I look at this... Wait, what?
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
There we go.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress. Didn't we solve
We did, but the door's still locked.
So what happens if I take a screenshot of this and put the moons in that position? Let's go back to his room.
It's locked.
I thought
We
were.
are.
What's that thing by the hand?
So This one here.
Nothing.
The
Still
tiles,
no
maybe they're connected.
Let's try to put it here, then here, then here. Right? No. That one here. That one there.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
So it just had to be opposite of each other. Interesting.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
Is that a frog or something amphibian with headphones on?
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
A slightly withered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog. None of the feathers are from the ink dip.
It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, either the sculptor
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest. More egg statues.
I don't
Well,
get it.
an egg has got to be the easy.
The door into pond.
So,
I guess so. Oh, good. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Let's go to the aviary.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
What, does she have wings for arms?
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3 brightly colored birds in heavy ornate cage.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
So we have Penny,
Sure.
we have Penelope, and we have Poppy. So maybe it's not... Because he called... What's her face? Poppy, right? And she's called Penelope.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
So, I just want to check something. Because they said that Freya was the sole heir to Tangle Tower. So who would get... So if she gets married with a fellow, would that mean...
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest.
And why would
That and he has a great
Fifi...
deal of work to do every day.
Sorry,
watering,
Poppy
pruning,
and Fitz
mulching,
have a
and
roof...
that.
Have
Do
a...
you help him with the
Have
work
the
in the
garden
greenhouse?
between them.
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it.
So is he cheating on his
Something.
future
So,
wife?
you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Want to go downstairs.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
So here's Poppy. Here's Fiona. Here's Freya. Where's Penelope? Am I not seeing Penelope? So she's here. She's fiddling around with this guy. And they told her she would be the heir of Tangle Tower. But Fitz was stating Poppy as well. Okay. Let's get back upstairs to interrogate her. Ask her questions.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Fifi.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
Hackshaw.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
Freya.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
What about Fitz?
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Ubu?
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
What about Poppy?
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait. Is that me?
I need to use the restroom, so give me a second and I'll be right back. And there we go. So we asked her about everything here. Right? So. Oh. Let's ask. Thank you. You're the only person using it, but thank you. Let's ask her about all the crap.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Hmm.
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Art statue.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
Open letter.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
Russian palette.
Oh, that's rather sad.
Okay. A painting.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities.
Empty egg.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Gramophone.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
Painted models.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
The ink drip.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Freya's drawing.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Ripped photo.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
What about her drawing?
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
Secret diary?
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
Small lens.
I don't know what that is.
Potted fruit.
Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Fruit statue.
Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Yep.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Wow.
And especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Okay. Same thing.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
Okay. What about if we ask her about the sheet music?
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
The nude statue.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
The 4 feathers.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Birds in the cage?
I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far.
Okay. No voice there. So what can you tell me about Penny?
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head. but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Let's talk to, it's...
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
Sure it is. Care to explain this?
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
The music?
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Just want to go here.
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
Doesn't seem like the puzzle is to be solved.
Let's come back later.
Huh. Let's talk to her. I want to go back to speak to everyone.
Name: Penelope Pointer. Age: 27. Profession: ornithologist. Likes: birds. Dislikes: insects. Notes: Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
What about the loot statue?
What's
Oh,
wrong?
The loot.
Earmuffs do not
Loot.
go on statues.
Or feathers.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
Birds in cage.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
We interrogated. We asked you about everyone. Okay. What about you? Let's ask you about Penny.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
how come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Okay. Poppy.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
The horn statue.
Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
Sheet music.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
The lute statue.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
Or feathers.
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Birds in cage.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
So nothing. Okay.
The whole room is a strange...
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Haven't spoken to her-ish for a long time.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Huh.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Huh. Let's go back to Hackshaw. I don't think we interviewed Hackshaw. Penelope.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. Doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Lute statue.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Okay. So nothing really progressed except we have these 2 rooms left. This is Penelope's bedroom, right? Get it. Henny's room.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Her bed.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. Penny's books. Mostly novels. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope, they're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Was it something with color matching? So... Is it something with color matching so these two become... No. Something like this, perhaps?
No, that was it.
That was damn fast. Okay.
Nice work. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now... I'll get her. A red piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. Huh. The flower petals originate from red roses growing in the rooftop gardens.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual color.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
So, should we go ask her about the paper?
Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Eh? A crumpled paper.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
It
I
is.
found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Let's go on.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Wasn't there a picture with the red roses? Here.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
How and why did Penny decide to access the rooftop garden? Was used to bribe used to spy on. Was used to kill.
Pointer's telescope was used to bribe Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Nope. Flora's portrait was used to bribe Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. That's not right. Pointer's telescope was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. That's not right either.
We don't really know because we haven't been up in the... Can I leave? Oh, I can't leave. I have to be here. Damn it!
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these.
was left behind.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days, but being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Oh. We've never been up here. Astronaut. What do we got?
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So? Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank. You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate 5 planets and sun and the moon around the middle. What? Does it mean we have to cover the entire thing?
Nothing.
So there are 2 ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets, and rotate the sun and moon.
Oh.
I guess that's wrong.
I think you just need to get the shadows to line up with the shape on the base.
That was also what I was thinking. Holy moly, this is gonna be tough. This seems to be okay, right? This one here. So, is it just a matter of now getting these placed? You don't go here, but you could go somewhere around here. Then we have... who would fit where? There, maybe? Then we need you to fit where? This one I'll leave here. This one can go where? Still need to place this one here.
Got it.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Various research notes. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records over 85 decibels, and being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune for those that see it.
There's something kinda... I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmo.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
This drawer?
Mistidier than my desk. The notebook.
So, even the most well-used notebooks.
Let's at least introduce ourselves.
Always a good roll.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Yourself.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And? a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for
I love
over
his hair.
35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Yesterday.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Statement.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Ask him about Flora.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Fifi.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
Actual.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Freya.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did.
Fitz.
What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Himself.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Penny.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time. Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Poppy.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Case file.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
Herb statue.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
The damaged tape.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same.
The open letter.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
A painted portrait.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
Brush and palette.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Freya's paint.
Is this important?
Possibly.
The empty egg.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Yeah. Gramophone.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
The cracked tape.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
Painted model.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
The painted models.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Photo of a painting.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Oh, annoying. My coughs. Freya's drawing.
These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Ripped photo.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there.
We've never found the other ripped photo. I don't know where it
That's a
is.
very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
Flora's drawing.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
The secret diary.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Small lens.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
A potted fruit.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
The horned statue.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes.
The sheet music.
Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
The lute statue.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
Or feathers.
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
What is it with his arm and making those waves?
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
The golden beetle.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
There There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it. That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Later.
Every astronomy tower needs...
I want to try.
It's the tower opposite this one. You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind?
Maybe it's glued down.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
I kind of like, if I say later, it takes me out of the scene. If I click let's go now, it does the same thing.
It's too cloudy.
It's also daytime. It's also daytime.
It's a chart of the
Which
planet
Suspicion.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're trying to get a plant named after yourself. You discovered a meteor is heading straight for Earth. Speaking of which, you're really not interested in astronomy at all.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
A voyeur. He's interested in her?
That's not it.
No. He's interested in Tangle Tower.
That's not it.
No?
That's not it.
The empty egg?
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
Then what is he interested in?
That's not it.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
That didn't make any sense. Was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
What?
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Mr. Sewell. Welcome, guys. How are you doing? You were playing Repo. How is it? Draconic Dude, Bloody Cactus. Hi. Welcome, guys. We're playing a casual game, a detective game, called Tangle Tower. But welcome, God. Hey, Sakura. Sewell. Gabu. Haru. Repo's funny. I've seen a few streams of it. Isn't it kind of like, what's in the name? The game with the resources, the monsters. What is it called? Lethal Company. Isn't it kind of Lethal Company-ish? Or... And I've seen some weird monsters crawling on the floor and stuff. But the game is better and more funny? Okay. Can you tell me the difference? Because when I saw like 30 minutes, an hour of it, it seems somewhat of the same. Like you had to avoid monsters, you had to collect things and bring it out to some room and then leave. So how is it different? Well, thank you again for the raid. And I saw these weird, like, small figurines running around with big eyes, and yeah. But I'm just curious, how is it different? Because the 30 minutes, an hour I saw of it, it just seemed like Lethal Company.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
So what do we do now? Do we go around... Let's go around asking everybody about the thing. And then he also mentioned something about the telescope with the... pointer.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor
In Lethal
guy?
Company, there's definitely more of perpetual
Can you see him
time
from your
limit where it
window?
gets more difficult
Can
to
he see
impossible
you?
the longer you wait. Well, that's true. It's time-gated, right? You have like 30 minutes or 20 minutes to collect as much scrap, and then you have to go back to the rocket. And then you have like 3 or 4 planets to visit, and then you have to deliver the goods, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
So that was it. Oh, we haven't asked about Hackshaw
We
yet.
spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything
So
out of it either.
are you saying?
I bet that really ticked her off.
So you're saying Repo is not time gated, but in its core it's the same, right? This game, it's actually so cute. I played the can't remember if the sequel or the prequel. It's called Detective Grimoire, and it's just a cute little detective puzzle deduction game with weird characters and a weird story in weird places. And it's very well made. The art is cool, the voice acting is cool. It's a fun little cozy game if you just don't want to really use your brain too much, but there's actually cute puzzles in it. Somewhat challenging puzzles, but they're fun. It's pretty much the same. Okay. It's part of it's a demo release, right? It's not a full game, as I understand, right? Or is it a fully game? Because I thought it was part of the Next Fest. You installed Lethal Company, so there haven't really been any changes. I guess all the changes people wanted, they have modded into the game.
Percival Pointer. Yes, good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know.
It's yeah, but
that is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
But we're
how long have you
Grimoire,
known?
this is us.
35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Gotta do some post-stream doggo and kitty care. Enjoy. And thank you again for the raid.
Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
Eh?
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Huh. Let's go talk to... Oh, there's... Okay, so now it actually highlights where I need to go, but I don't care. So we asked about Poppy. Let's ask about Pointer.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
What about the crumpled paper?
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
You
Then
do
how
know.
can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next.
I love that her eyes are just like on the
It is a
side of
flower.
her head.
It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Can we go in here now?
Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh. Sure. Why not build a
The search for new... The archive's downright poetic.
Let's start over here and then let's traverse back till we meet with her. Pointer.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
The golden beetle.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Let's ask her about the items here.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects. We already solved it.
Again.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty.
He's had a rough couple of days.
It's a...
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Drawings. Taped
What's
up.
that one on the left?
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose.
We found that already.
Did Freya paint those animals on her
They're
ceiling?
kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger.
Painting supplies.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Do you think this was always...
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Let's talk to him.
All the flowers here look
Can
kind
flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
Good to know.
Pointer.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Okay. What about the crumpled paper?
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
What about the potted flower?
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
Should we go up to the tall tower up here? Then we can take Hackshaw afterward. Attic.
What's What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Okay.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
And open it.
It's a jar.
Huh. Just dusty junk.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky?
Kinda.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk.
So what did we find up here?
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
So what do we do here?
Is that what I think it is?
It is. What about this piece here?
Where's that light coming
Well,
from?
it's just daylight. There's a decent gap between the...
It's the same thing. And I can't screw, and I can only click on...
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
What about this gap
Where's
here?
that light coming
Well, it's
from?
just daylight. There's a decent gap between...
Same thing. Huh.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
On a roof.
On a roof.
It's so relaxed. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great. It's so relaxed. I might just stay
Oh,
here.
shall I?
That'd be great. It's so I might just stay.
Oh, shall I?
That'd be great.
It's a rose.
Not the roses
Now,
are exactly.
So apparently somebody has looked down or can see down this room. Huh. Let's go here. Talk to Hackshaw. Suspicion.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
The golden beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
broken, it doesn't work.
It's broken and doesn't work.
You sure about that?
Not entirely.
Oh.
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. Hawkshaw doesn't know how to use it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I know
Okay.
for a fact she didn't use the microscope. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
What's the problem with Hackshaw's microscope?
The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a fake glass lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Nope. The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
This thing?
The handheld microscope is a part of a magnifying glass, so Hawkshaw lied about it. That's not right.
Okay, so it is made of fake lenses. No, it was a telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw stole it. That's not right either. The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
Part of Fifi's eye gear?
The handheld microscope is a part of Fifi's eye gear, so Hawkshaw lied about it. That's not right either.
Okay, so it's still the telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
Why would Fifi steal it?
The handheld microscope, that's not right either. The handheld microscope is a part... That's not right either. The handheld microscope, almost. Maybe just... A magnifying glass. Almost. Maybe just...
Change what thing?
A magnifying... That's not right either. A magnifying... That's not right either.
So it is part of...
Fifi's... That's not right either.
So it's not that. So it is a handheld.
The handheld microscope is a part of... That's not right either.
So if I change this,
The handheld microscope. Almost.
change one thing. What if I do this?
The handheld mic. Almost. Maybe just. The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me, and so I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
The crumbled paper.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
The flooded tower.
And you consider that important evidence, do you? Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Me.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Okay, so I can't click on this. Okay.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Where did we find an ornate trowel?
The painted ink dip feather was used to hide a real knife, to hide the evidence. Nope.
Where did the blood come from and how was it used? Okay. So blood from the was used to hide.
Blood from the paint pot was used to hide paint from the paint pot, to hide the evidence.
Oh.
That's not right.
Paint from the paint pot was used to hide
The painted ink dip feather was used to hide blood from the paint pot, to resemble a bloody knife. That's not right either. The painted ink dip. That's not right either. Blood from the paint pot was used to hide the painted ink. Almost. Maybe just change one. A feather found outside was used to hide the painted ink dip feather. That's not right either.
So it is blood, right?
Blood from the almost. Maybe just
hide the evidence.
blood from the that's not right either. Blood from the paint pot. That's not right either. Blood from the that's not right either. Blood from the paint pot. Almost. Maybe just
So what if I do this?
blood from the paint pot. That's not right either.
Okay.
Blood from almost.
Just change one thing. What if I do this?
The paint. That's not right either.
So it is this.
Blood from the paint pot. That's not right either. Blood from almost. Maybe just
The painted floor was used to hide the painted.
the painted. That's not right either. Paint from the paint. That's not right either. model of... That's not right either.
Okay, so we know this is right.
The paint... That's not right either.
That's not a complete set. We still need to choose two straight thoughts.
Blood from the paint pot. Almost.
So it's over here.
Blood from the paint pot. Almost. Maybe just... Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip.
It's just stupid because there's so many different ways of...
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Bird bath.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater?
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that. It's a path. We're walking.
The ground's moist. I wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting.
It's a little boat. It's the only
What
way.
a comforting thought.
Want to look at the painting from his perspective.
Every astronomy
I want to try.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. Behind her is the back side of the easel. I can't really see anything behind it.
Hey,
Isn't this supposed to be
I can't move. I think this is just how it's set up.
There it is, the unfinished portrait.
So...
Looks that way.
we can't look at that either.
The whole room is...
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Freya's painting supplies.
Okay. So the only thing we have left now is here. What?
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
Wooden toy of some kind, a layer of dark ink between. This is my new friend. He likes the music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck.
What do you think?
How can it?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Unfinished business. Okay. Chapter change. What about if we go up to her and have her play the piano again?
It's one of those big pianos.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
Oh, we still haven't interrogated her. Oh.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Music, huh? We had a gramophone.
It's piano music.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Now we got this figure. Let's put this back inside and listen to it again. Maybe he knows the gardener because he always listened to music, right? Maybe he can hum a song for us? Something. Who do we have left that can sing or has something with music? Or maybe there is a tape that we're missing? Or do we need to play it for the frog in the garden? Okay, so that doesn't react to the cassette.
It's another little statue.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also...
Well, they're not part and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Can't click on it. That doesn't do anything. Can't click on...
It's another little
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also...
Well, they're not and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Pair of earmuffs placed in the head. Puppy found the earmuff and placed the statue of it. She uses them for gardening. Where was the thing we had? It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Do we let it out? Soul bearer, impressive little thing. I have two now. Need two. Climb away into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp, I saw them more fun if I backed out. Despite everything, I still have promised to keep up my best. What do we got left? Can it be birds chirping? No.
And especially...
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
There's a name. You know... sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed, though. Must be important for some reason.
We never looked in the closet.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses, mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
We never really investigated this room.
Anything in the drawer?
Nothing you need to know about.
Oh, thank goodness. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. Empty. Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. More handwritten sheet music. More handwritten sheet music.
A single red road. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird. It's a metronome. For keep.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the button to rotate all 4 metronome dial-ups at the hoop at the top. Oh. What are we trying to make here? Use the button to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. Okay, so we don't need this. But what are we trying to make here?
That's done it.
Neat.
I keep forgetting this lock up here.
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya hidden in.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
That was the thing we needed.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this. The pink cassette tape, almost, maybe... The pink cassette tape, nope.
There we go.
The pink cassette tape, almost.
Oh?
Maybe... The pink cassette tape, almost. Maybe...
But this wasn't found.
The pink cassette tape, found at the... Almost. Maybe... The pink cassette tape, found at the crime scene, matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now? Doesn't want to look like that?
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Nope.
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Oh, whatever it is, it's...
Well, it is the music room. He's gotta practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Finally, we get to it.
It's not that spooky.
Don't ruin this.
It's not locked. It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
We already solved it.
It's a barometer.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not. What are...
Wind chimes. Silent. Wooden wind chimes.
Got the third piece. Aha! There we go.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Nope. Want to talk to Hackshaw.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too. Any idea who this is?
No idea.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
I kind of think it's funny that we already established who it is, and yet the game, like, saying, we don't know either.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
Shh. Okay. I'd really like to know because if we look here, we still need to interrogate Fritz, but maybe this will be triggered when we use the harp.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be... That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I need to go stretch my legs, so give me a second, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Oh. So let's go into this,
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah. But there's a couple of things I want to do first.
collect all clues, but where? Where are we missing clues?
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those...
Is soil a clue? Finally, we get to
It's not that
Don't
sweet.
ruin this. Finally,
It's not
don't
that
ruin this.
Does anybody have an idea on where we're missing clue?
Giant stone frog?
Yeah, he's got his...
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
We know this. Is there something in the attic that we have missed?
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kind of. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy.
No.
Let
Do
me
you?
put it this way.
Okay.
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kind of.
We looked at this
Yeah.
chest here.
Dusty
We looked at this
Let's
chest
not look at
here.
its bones. A skull, at
You know,
least.
maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kind of.
So where is the clues that we're missing? And here as well. What is it that we're missing? We need Fitz. Huh.
Bags of soil.
It's so... blue. Is that fruit?
Too shiny to be it's glowing.
Safe to eat?
I'm gonna say no. Hanging basket.
To you,
They're
maybe.
only
2 inches makes all the difference. It's good. I can't see.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Tools used by a gardener. For gardening. A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kind of reminds me of a periodic table.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
We've asked him about everything, right? All of this and all of the things we found. Is it something in his bedroom that we're missing?
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
Huh.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues. Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues. Hello.
Not hidden.
Doesn't need to be.
Oh!
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
What? This could fit. What about this? Can't twist it, right? So find the combination for the padlock. But... so this has 2. This has This would be this one, right? And then we have something heart-shaped at the bottom, so this could be that one, right? Huh. Are we missing a piece?
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find a clue.
This is weird. This could line up fine, but then we have this piece here that doesn't line up with anything. Right? We could put this here. Oh, how was it that we did it? Something like this? Oh. I think we had this on this side, right? And then we had this here. Then we had this here. But how does this... Can we move... Does this fit here? Huh. Somewhat fits. Then this doesn't... No. This goes... Yeah? Okay. And if we did this, was it, how, was it, we did something like this, right? And we got this shape. So we got 1 and 3. So we just need to arrange it in other means. Well, this is the droplet, right? We did the droplet. How was it that I did it? So here's the droplet, right? Must be this one. So we just need to figure out the last 2 shapes. What about this?
Still locked.
I think the lines drawn on the page.
That was.
It looks like there. It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
That was.
It looks like it's like a jigsaw puzzle.
I think this was more correct that we had with the other. So maybe this is the wrong one.
That was.
It looks like it's like a
the 3rd row.
Puzzle.
I did it.
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
PPFF.
this is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Oh. So if it's not his...
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Is there any reason for Fitz to go up to Pointer Tower with the trowel? Choose to bury.
An ornate trowel. Nope.
Is there anything in Pointer Tower that Fred needs to attend to?
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz. That's not right.
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden, almost. Maybe just change one.
Oh, not in the...
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted
Oh,
the
damn, he's
colors to
right.
be exactly right.
Her arms and her hair.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
Let's go.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Tangle Tower. Underneath.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a bunch of mostly numbers. 9 beetles. There's a bunch of mostly numbers. It's a little
That's
dark.
weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a bunch of mostly numbers.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly specific.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly specific. A candle.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates.
A glass tank.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside. Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. Oh, okay. Huh. That can't be right. Wonder if that would work, but I don't think it would. So that means this won't come in handy. We can't use this. We can't use this. We can only use this up here. That won't work either. Unless, of course, this comes into play. Then we have this again that is causing problems. We can't pull that, but we can do this. No. Can't. Can we pull this any further? Can. But that won't work with that. Won't work with this. It can go up there, and then it will still hit here. Go here, here, here. But then we will have... No, we won't. So if it goes down here, go here, go here, go here. No, but what about if we pull this? Then we pull this. No. Unless this has another... No. I feel like we're so close. I feel like we're so freaking close. Can this come into play? Can. But I wonder if this is gonna work. I don't think so.
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between...
So if it goes here, goes down here, goes here, goes here. Is it just because these two are just unconnected that it won't work? Stupid. But would this work? Technically, it should work.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete.
No.
There's a section missing.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Why is there so much research on the beetle and why is it hidden?
Pointer has been planning to kill Freya in Flora's tower. Nope. Pointer locked up Freya in Flora's tower. That's not right.
Kind of greedy experiment.
Pointer has been trying to breed the ink-dip bird in the underground laboratory. Almost. Maybe just change one. Pointer has been trying almost. Maybe just change. Pointer has been trying to almost. Maybe just change. Pointer has been trying to breed almost. Maybe just change. Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Rows of plants. Growing.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's go down. Lowest level.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a green hat draped on top for good measure. We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
A sleek but sturdy metal rod, it's been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop on the back with a short length of rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
It's been framed, but slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
Old cardboard
How
box.
exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. Old.
How exciting.
Oh, they're also damp and empty. Old.
How
They're
exciting.
also and empty. It's an old coat rack.
2 cloaks. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Storage.
It's Freya's room. The library. The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the
I think it's that big glass.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. It's the aviary. Music room.
It's the room above us.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room it's not labeled as anything on these.
I think it already existed when this was made.
And that's the lake, right?
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
And that's the lake.
It used to be a lot lower down.
So there's a hidden room.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
What parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion has been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it's now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labeled studies in the center.
Should we take another look?
Yeah.
Where is the storage photograph?
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
This guy.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
What about this book here?
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Vistas of the Sea and Sky, children's picture book. It's very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. The silver snake, an antique reptile with no eyes and a long... The soul bearer, a crab with 3 different sized claws. The amphib, a frog-like creature walking on 2 legs.
It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time. Should we take another look?
Yeah.
I don't quite understand what the game wants from me.
Should we take another look?
Yeah.
But where's my, where is the reel that I had? I had a reel. There it is. Oh?
Let's not wander off right now.
Okay. You don't want me to leave.
Let's not wander off right now.
This room looks old. Like, old.
Makes the rest of the house seem relative. A bunch of picture frames. And it's too dark.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
Basements don't.
Or at the bottom of the must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room. Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch. A ladder.
Want to go up?
Holy moly. The hidden heart.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? No. Good.
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be opened or closed. But I can't touch the limb. Not quite sure what the intent of this is.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
We do?
This crab really reminds
That little wooden toy.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Where was it that we saw the crab?
Should we take another look?
Yeah.
Oh, not the metal rod.
Should we take another look?
Yeah.
Should we take another look?
Yeah.
Where? What is the thing that we... Look at the research papers. Now I'm confused. What?
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
The pain. No?
It's a wooden pin hung up.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Four lines are drawn from a gap into the center. A small sheet underneath features. Yeah. Then I don't understand what the game wants from me.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say...
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Fifth ambassador located. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiment. It works. Perhaps too well. The library was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's mostly cleaned out, but I have what I needed. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. I know it's time.
Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
The photograph in the study wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads "The Ambassador of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces completely covered with black ink.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Nothing much than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Recolored scrap of fabric are still visible.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
So this would be the painting? What would we need from here? Holy shit, it was that.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank. Some kind of fish and a bird skull?
If that's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe.
I don't get this crab here.
It's got a...
Also, crabs normally have 2...
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be opened or closed. Is it because it has to match something here? Is it like a bad puzzle? If so, I don't see it.
I guess that's
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
We do?
This crab really...
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help. I think I've seen it more recently.
Is it this? So her right claw is open at 3 o'clock. Her foot, so the foot and this has to be on the same, and then we don't know about this. Is that the clue? Like, it seems she has an open claw here and a closed claw here on the same side.
Is that a crab?
It's
also crabs.
So it would have to be something like...
I guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we
What do you
need-
mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crab...
children's book? Nope.
Wasn't this crab in that book we
The children's book?
This crab really...
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more
The
recently.
children's book. Oh my god, it's right there. Oh, so that one is... Okay, so, so up there, open there. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a...
Also, crabs... I guess that's
I don't think we
What
need...
do you mean?
We have all the information
Well,
we
was
need.
it
in our
the...
case. This crab really...
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've
enough
seen
with
it
the
more
talk. Where's the children's book? Okay, so it has to sway. Okay.
It's gotta.
Also, crabs.
Something like this, and then it had to be like this. Something like this. Oh.
I guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we
What
need.
do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
What am I doing wrong?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Oh, it has to go this way, and then this had to be down here.
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book? Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book? Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book?
What am I doing wrong? Is it the opposite?
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book?
This crab really?
That little-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
I'm confused. I just took a screenshot of it.
Is that a crab?
It's gotta.
Also, crabs.
So, this was there, open claw. This was around here. And then this was around here.
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere.
Welcome to my life. Hi, Braxton. Again.
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be opened or closed.
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book? Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crap?
children's book?
Can I... Oh, you piece!
Perfect. What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Oh. You're always confused.
What is it?
It's a crossbow.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already. I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Okay.
That doesn't seem
We
right.
need something that could...
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
We are just killing these chapters. The murder.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene,
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow.
Hmm.
Where was it fired from?
It has to be fired from here, right? So it has to be fired from behind Freya, right?
It was fired from behind Freya.
Wait, I'm confused.
No, in front of Freya.
Me too.
Okay, so Freya, where was it fired from?
In front of
It
Freya.
was fired from in front of Freya.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It can't be from above. That doesn't make any sense.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
That's...
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
My point exactly.
Right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
Okay, Braxton, since you're the person here, do you think she fell unconscious or already killed? I don't believe she was relaxing. That would be stupid. And why would she be unconscious? We haven't found any evidence of her, of like medicine or drugs or pills or anything. But how can she be killed? So she was relaxing? Is that what you're saying? Or fell unconscious? Yeah, I think you're right.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone? Why would Flora be the cause of her fumes for the painting medium? Well, if you think about it, it's an open room, right? It's an open tower with wind. So, and how would Flora cause her to be unconscious unless she was told that's her dad?
Flora.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Okay.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Then it can only be the gramophone.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
The gramophone emits poison gas, again in an open room. I would say it was the music being played. What do you think? And if you're busy, you're busy. I just like to, ask people, because sometimes people have weird theories. I think it was the music.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
The gramophone emits poison gas.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There is something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
What? What would be in the gramophone? Picture of her dad?
That's not it.
No.
That's not it.
What would be in the open letter?
That's not it. That's not it.
What would be in the gramophone?
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
Okay, I'm confused.
That's not it.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
That's right.
Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
The damaged tape? No. The cracked tape?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves with the earmuffs.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and pallet by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic. Presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene. The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Huh?
The plant. It's in the
What?
book. Look.
I don't understand. What is it that they want us to look at?
I can see the stars.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I'm not quite sure what the game wants me to do.
It's dark.
Yeah?
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
I don't quite understand what she wants us.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We never found it?
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not
No.
entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it here in Flora's tower.
You sure about that?
Not entirely.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
Where did we find the feather? Here.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
And the unfinished painting? It can't be in the Flora's egg, because that was empty.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting? The paint?
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
Hey, I'm confused. What did Freya show us? How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting?
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
The paintbrush handle was going to be used to paint. Oh, that can't be right.
The paintbrush handle was going... Nope. Blood on the brush. That's not right. Blood on the brush isn't actually paint because the pot... That's not right either. The blood isn't actually... That's not right either.
Okay, I'm confused.
The blood was going to be... That's not right either.
Did Freya plan to paint something in the bottom right corner? Ah.
The blood was going to be... Almost. Maybe just change... The black paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change...
So what if I change this?
The black... That's not right either.
Good. So it is this. So it's not the black paint. Brown and gray?
Brown and gray paint. Almost. Maybe just change... Brown and gray... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray... Almost. Maybe just change... Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and... That's not right either. Blood on the brush. Almost. Maybe just... The paintbrush. Almost. Maybe just... The paintbrush. That's not right either. The paintbrush hand. That's not right either. The paintbrush handle was going to... Almost. Maybe just... The paintbrush hand. That's not right either. The paintbrush handle. That's not right either. The paintbrush handle. Isn't... That's not right either.
I'm confused. One thing that I have to change. If I change this...
That's not right either.
Not right either. If I change the ink depth...
The paintbrush. That's not right either. The paint... That's not right either. The paintbrush. That's not right either. The paintbrush handle was going to... Almost. Maybe just...
So it's this over here. What?
Blood on the brush. Almost. Maybe just... The blood. Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray paint was... Almost. Maybe just... The black paint was going to be used to paint... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray paint... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray paint... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray paint was going to be used... That's not right either. Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint the sketch... Almost. Maybe just... Brown and gray paint. That's not right either. Brown and gray paint. That's not right either. Brown and gray paint with... Almost. Maybe
What is it? What is it?
The paintbrush. Almost. Maybe... The blood was going... Almost. Maybe just... That's... We still need to highlight a detail. The The black paint was almost, maybe just... The black paint. That's not right either. The black paint, almost. Maybe just... The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Who the hell is she?
Why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Leave her untied?
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
What is it that the game wants from me? Something sturdy to tie her hands with. The real thing?
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya.
Justice for Freya.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny?
So Penelope did it? Wow.
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
She's lonely.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
Study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
The era of Misted Mansion.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Misted, sure, yeah.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Give me a second. Something which answered my question while at once creating all new ones. The research?
That's not it.
The nope? No, it can't be the notebook.
That's not right. That's not right.
No, the picture.
That's not right.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
Let me just go for a quick stretch and a pee break, and I'll be right back. I want to finish this. This is actually... The story itself is really evolving, like getting really, really dark. So I want to finish this, but give me a second, I'll be right back. So I'm back. Sorry. The kitty had to get a snack and yeah. So let's continue on. A lowly entomologist.
There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial
This story is really evolving.
People were fooled by it, but I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The golden beetle or the research papers?
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it?
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
Ha! It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The will of Freya Fellow.
Let's not wander off right now.
Okay, I have to stay. The will of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Something Freya had painted that Penny used as design for Hawkshaw.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower. but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
Well, I don't know.
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Boom. We did it. After 7.5 hours. That was great. I really like how the story evolved. Though the clues at the end with all the stuff we finally found, that was a bit not convoluted. It was just a lot of stuff we found and a lot of clues, so it was hard to to add them together. Thank you, Sul. But I really like the story. Thank you, Braxton. And it flew away. Art gallery. Okay, that's a different grimoire. I really love Sally's hair. Nah, not so much. Interesting. Felix is a completely different person. Beefy? That's a weird eyepiece. That's way too scary. That looks like a Borg or something. What the character from Harry Potter, that dude with that big glass, I can't remember. I don't know his name. It's actually quite funny how they evolve from like a way edgier, more realistic person to something more character, like more cartoonish. Like going from that and it's really funny to see how they really changed the characters and how they were drawn. Like fits here, right? So going from this to like this. And the professor? Like, look at this. This is like almost humankind, right? Like a normal person. Love the idea of his finger feeling spider-like, adding to his creepy undertones. And I even tried hair that looked like a book resting on his head. And then suddenly ending with this. Penelope? Oh, that's very gloomy and dark. Well, I guess that's it. I'm definitely gonna end this. Oh, I missed one achievement? Damn. Find 3 sets. 3 sets of similar research notes. So apparently I missed the thing. But I don't mind that. That was a great game. And I'm definitely gonna say goodnight.